Nelisiwe, may you please place the matter on record?
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 7th of June, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Profi.
Good morning, my lady.
Where is the witness, Mr. van Bergen?
He's coming on record now, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
My lady, let me just inquire what the problem is.
Okay. In the meantime, can we just check with Mr. van Bergen and the evidence leaders as to the lineup of witnesses, because I saw there were some emails. Miss Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. Morning, my lady. We've been informed that Zanele Buthelezi will not be available for today, but we have
Just check. I think you are on mute, Miss Marriott.
I apologize, my lady. Maletsatsi Elizabeth Mokhodjwa is available to proceed after Dr. Makachwa. Mrs. Buthelezi is unavailable for the rest of the day.
Okay. Thank you.
My lady, if I may just add to that, Ms. Buthelezi suffered a very close bereavement in her family unexpectedly yesterday. I'm not sure when she will be available, just to the extent that Ms. Marriott's mentioned that she's not available.
It might be for the whole week.
It may well be, my lady.
Okay. We will hear from you. Mr.
As your
Pichela?
ladyship.
The witness is already here. Morning, Dr. Mkashwa.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes, just bear with us. We are still dealing with some logistics here. Yes, Mr. Pichela.
Morning, my lady. Apologies for interrupting the proceedings. My lady, I'm just going to request that I be excused for at least 2 hours. There is an urgent matter that I need to attend to, but I will be following the proceedings on YouTube, and then I should be able to be back. So it should not interrupt, because if Ms. Buthelezi is not here, then obviously we will not be proceeding with her today. And
Okay,
the
who's
witnesses that are
representing
coming.
Ms. Mokhodjwa? Is that who's representing Ms.
No,
Mokhodjwa?
Advocate Profi, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Profi.
Please, woman.
My lady, I did have 2 questions for Ms. Buthelezi, but given that her unavailability, my lady, I do not want to delay the proceedings. The 2 questions, the 2 questions, I'm of the view, don't prevent Ms. Mokosha from testifying. So I think in the spirit of progress and not
Thank you
wasting
very
the
much.
court's
This
time.
is what I wanted to. Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to verify that because previously you said it's better for the two life Esidimeni witnesses to finalize their cross-examination. Thank you. All right. On that note, the doctor is here. You may proceed with your cross-examination.
Good morning, Doctor. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Prof. Yeah, I'm all right.
Just a second. Just a second. Yes, Mr.
My apologies, my lady. I may have missed it, but I don't think Dr. Mkachwa was sworn in again or just reminded that he's still under oath.
Thank you very much. Doctor, you are reminded that you're still under oath. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Doctor, just as a reminder, my name is Ebenezer Profi, appearing on behalf of 3 NGOs, being Mosefo Home, Takalani Home, and Ubushlebe Nkosi. The representatives are 3 interested parties in this inquest. Doctor, thank you for availing yourself today for the sake of progress. There's just a few aspects I wish to conclude from yesterday. The first being in respect of the spike in deaths in winter. Dr. Sukakuna's version is that in her experience, in both being an executive at Life Esidimeni as well as running an NGO, that in her experience, deaths relating to mental health care users increases in the winter time. Are you in a position to dispute that?
Thank you very much, my lady. As indicated yesterday, I need to get to that data from Life Esidimeni to be able to confirm or dispute it. Thanks.
I presume then you haven't had the opportunity to find that data.
I have requested the data, I haven't received it yet.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, then in order to curtail the following evidence and to give you specifics and not generalize in respect of the adequacy of medical records, I'm going to start at the back end and work our way to the beginning of the story. So we can start with, according to you, what constitutes adequate medical records which Life Esidimeni was obligated to provide to a transferring facility?
As indicated, these would be the records. More important, it is important that they should be a discharge summary for each and every mental health care user. Then accompanying with that would be the mental health records, which are compiled on a quarterly basis. And then and it would be the medication for the mental health care user.
Doctor, would I be correct to state that the 3 relevant documents would be discharge summary, periodic report, and the prescription for the user?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay. Then the physical medical report, is that necessary to send with the user?
Not necessarily. If there are any indications or actions that need to be taken as a result of physical examination, that would be noted in the discharge summary. Thank you.
If the NGO or the receiving facility doesn't have the physical medical report, you'd agree with me it wouldn't have an idea of the physical ailments the user is suffering.
Thank you. The physical examination.
Just a second, if I may. Just a second. Was this question not asked yesterday?
No, my lady, I haven't canvassed the physical medical reports.
Okay, continue. But
I am not quite.
About the question. Continue, Mr.
Thanks, my lady.
Continue, Dr. Mkachwa, please.
I'm not aware of, I'm not quite clear as to what the physical report refers to, because physical examination would be part of it will give you an indication what is the blood pressure of the patient, what is the pulse rate of the patient, and on and on. And that is part of your discharge summary. Thank you.
Okay. So the discharge summary would give you that information?
Yes, it would give you that information.
Okay, doctor. Now, in respect of Mosefo Home, I'm going to take you through the users that arrived on the 5th of May. It was the first group that arrived at Mosefo Home. I think the interruption is gone now. May I continue?
Yes, just give, are you referring to the date of the 5th of May 2016?
Correct, the
Because you
first
just
batch.
said the 5th of May.
The 5th of May 2016, the first batch of the marathon users that arrived at Mosefo.
Okay.
In respect of Johannes.
Do you have them somewhere on a specific page?
No, but I'm just going to go through what the version is in respect of the
Johannes.
Plongwane, Dlongwane.
Yes.
67 years old. For background, doctor, he had schizophrenia, and he had no prescription in his file. And then, doctor, just for clarity, you had mentioned this, but I just wanted to be clear on the record. A periodic report is done annually, correct?
The witness is muted.
Apologies, my lady. The periodical report would be done according to the severity of the illness of the patient. If quite need close monitoring, then it would be on a quarterly basis. Thank you.
So, doctor, the oldest periodic reports for these users who were transferred in 2016, would it be then the oldest periodic report would be 2015?
That would be correct. That would.
Okay. So just to go back to Johannes, when he arrived at Mosefo Home on the 5th of May, he didn't have a prescription with him. So you'd agree with me that that is inadequate records?
He would, if he arrived without a prescription, then the prescription might. If he arrived without a prescription, that prescription might have been lost in transit. That does not refer to Esidimeni not having issued the prescription for that particular mental health case. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, doctor. And then in respect of his periodic report, it was dated 2009. So that would be an outdated periodic report.
If it is outdated, I would have expected that the clinical teams at handover would have identified the problem and sorted it out. I have no idea why you would have had such an old report. Thank you.
So in light of...
Just hold it there, please. Yes, continue.
Then in respect of the user Sam, 80 years of age, also suffering from schizophrenia, but it was later discovered that he had hypertension. Again, the periodic report received was dated 2008. You'd agree with me that that periodic report is outdated.
As indicated, the clinical teams should have spotted that and made sure he has the most recent periodical report. Thank you, Miley.
So that oversight, is that an oversight of Life Esidimeni transferring to the department's clinicians, or the department's clinicians for not noticing the outdated periodic report?
I would put it at the first point is the release of the report, which would have been the releases from Esidimeni, and I would have expected that the clinicians from the Department of Health should have picked it up before accepting that mental health care user.
Thank you, Doctor. Then we move on to the users that arrived on the 6th of May 2016 at Masego Home. I begin with John Moloke, 62 years of age.
Just go slow, Mr. You haven't referred me to any pages and some of the things I'm writing.
Apologies,
so these users arrived on the 6th of May 2016, and then the first one is who?
John.
The surname?
Surname is spelled M-A-H.
Just call it out.
Muloko. I hope my pronunciation is correct, my lady.
Yes, that's fine.
62 years of age, diagnosis with schizophrenia, CVA. Doctor, am I correct that that's is that a heart issue?
Yeah, that would be a cerebrovascular accident, which is commonly known as stroke.
Diabetes, epilepsy, and hypertension. His periodic report is dated 2006. You would then, the premise remains that the department should have then noted the outdated.
Absolutely. A reasonable clinician would not accept a client without proper documentation. Thank you.
While I'm on this user,
just a second. Yes, continue, Mr. Profi.
Doctor, I apologize for breaking the train, but while we are on this user, it's the opportune time for me to expand on the version in respect of the discharge form. Ms. Mahosha is of the view that discharge forms, so if we go to page, if the court can just bear with me. I just need my case lines to load, but I can give the page in the meantime. Page 15474. You let me know once you're there.
Just in the meantime, because I'm already on this page, the correct name of the user is John Mahloko, M-A-H-L-O-K-O.
I'm in digital report. My lady, my case lines is blank, so I'm just waiting for it to either load or if. Okay, there we go.
May I please have the
15474.
oh, thank you very much.
My lady, the doctor is no longer on my screen. I just want to confirm if it's just on my end or if it's no longer available.
Mr. van Bergen, can you assist? Oh, there he is. He's back. Do you have the page, Doctor?
Yes, my lady, I've got the page. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, now if one has a look at this discharge report, the purpose of this exercise is comparison, because Ms. Makosha's version is that discharge reports drafted by Dr. Sibaya read more as a prescription and didn't provide much detail in comparison to that of Dr. Wadvala. So again, for the purpose of the analogy, if one has a look at this discharge report drafted by Dr. Sibaya, her view is correct that it doesn't give information but merely reflects the medication that the user is on. You agree with that?
I would explain it that if the condition of the patient is well controlled on the medication that has been prescribed, and there is no need of highlighting any potential medical issues, that discharge report is correct. Thank you.
But the NGO would not know that. They would just know, they wouldn't have a history, they would just know the medication he's on.
They would know that they should give the medication as prescribed to maintain the mental health care user controlled for his conditions. Thank you.
Now, if one looks at a discharge report by Dr. Wadvala for the point of analysis, if we then turn to page 14290, please just indicate once you're there.
Yes, I've got the page. Thank you, my lady.
One has a look at this discharge report drafted by Dr. Wadvala. You'd agree with me that it's quite comprehensive.
Yes, it has relevant information, as much as the Sibaya report had the relevant information to address the issues or the medical issues faced by the mental health care user.
I merely just seek your comment in respect of her version that Dr. Wadvala's discharge report were more comprehensive than Dr. Sibaya, and that presented a difficulty when dealing with Dr. Sibaya's discharge reports?
No, it wouldn't give any problems because the information for treating the mental health care user is available, and the receiving clinician, if they needed more information about the mental health care user, then they would have acquired from the discharging clinician. Thank you, my lady.
Would that be they should have asked the department's clinician?
That was the procedure that was agreed on with the Department of Health.
And that's what the protocol you testified on yesterday, that's what we're referring to here, correct?
That is correct. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, if we can continue with the list, I just needed to do that analysis. If we now return to the users that arrived on the 6th of May, 2016, Peter Mvundla, 58 years old. Suffering from schizophrenia, and he was coughing and had difficulty breathing on admission. In respect of the user, he had no discharge form, no prescription, and his periodic report was dated 2012. You'd agree with me that that constitutes inadequate medical records?
That's the second you say he didn't have any discharge report?
No prescription, and his periodic was dated 2012, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. As indicated, I cannot account on what happened on transit of the mental health care user. All I know is the clinicians from the Department of Health who received the patient or mental health care user wouldn't have agreed to take the mental health care user if he didn't have all the necessary documentation to ensure that the continuity of care of the mental health care user is not interrupted. Thank you, my lady.
Dr. If I understand your evidence correctly, it is then that it's your evidence that Life Esidimeni would have given the clinicians the required documentation. One of two things could have either happened. You provided the adequate records and the department lost them in giving them to the NGOs, or alternatively, you didn't give the complete records.
There is no way that Esidimeni, I gave clear instructions that no mental health care user was to leave Esidimeni facility without the appropriate documentation. And as indicated, the second control was the receiving clinician, any reasonable clinician would not receive a mental health care user without the appropriate documentation. Thank you, my lady.
My lady, in light of the evidence given by the witness and in the sake of time, I just seek direction from my lady in respect of if I should continue with each user, given that the evidence of the witness is that it's the department that lost these records and that Life Esidimeni gave all the correct documentation. Is it then, do I need to continue in this to prove in my point, or is it sufficient that
you can just mention them because the evidence, obviously he's going to respond the same way. You can just mention the names so that the court can be aware of the names. The evidence is already on record.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Then Ishmael Make, who is 85 years old.
Yes.
suffering from schizophrenia. The periodic report was dated 2014. That would constitute an outdated periodic report, correct?
Yes, but I just said just call the names, and then
Okay.
there's no need for the witness to respond.
Okay.
Otherwise, it will be repetition. Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Matthijs Hartman. (58 years old),
Yes.
outdated periodic report.
Come again. Martis Hartman.
58 years old, an outdated periodic report.
Yes.
Nicholas Yamnik, 68 years old.
Yannick.
Yamnik, my lady.
Okay.
Diagnosis, schizophrenia, hypertension.
Yes.
No, apologies, my lady. The periodic report is dated 2015. That is an error on my end. His periodic was up to date.
Okay. So this one is out.
This we can please remove Yamnik. The
Yes.
next user is Hermanus Broncos. He 56 years of age. Suffering from hypertension, prone to sores on the hands and feet. Periodic report dated 2008 and no prescription.
Yes.
I hope I'm going to pronounce this correctly. Fanase.
Just spell it for me.
Fanasi is the first name, and the surname.
Come again. Fan is the name.
Fanasi,
Yes.
my lady. The surname is
Fan.
ASI.
Yes. Fanasi.
Surname Mtsalane is the surname. 48 years. Severe intellectual disability and hypertension. The periodic report dated 2011.
Yes.
David Mabati. My lady, there's a hand by Ms. Hassan.
My lady, I just have a question of clarity. My learned friend is going through these names, and I just want to understand whether the point is to say in respect of each of those users, there weren't sufficient medical records and prescriptions in respect of each of them. It's just not clear to me.
That is how I understand him, because he has laid the basis. He has been taking the witness through all of them, and now the response appears to be the same. That is why I said he can just mention this name so that the others would know what the version of his client is going to be with regard to the records.
Thank you, my lady. I just wasn't sure whether it was the same in respect of each of them, that there were insufficient medical records.
He can
and no
clarify, but I thought it is the same based on what he said. That is why I said he can just mention the names now, because the responses from the witness will be the same. I hope it's clear, unless Mr. Profi.
My lady, I'm not sure if the court's explanation was sufficient to my learned senior. If The witness had testified.
It's just for you to confirm whether what I said to him is correct, the way I understood you.
Correct, my lady.
Okay, thank you. I hope you are clarified, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady, I am.
Okay, continue. We are on David Mabati.
63 years old, schizophrenia. He was later diagnosed with TB once at the NGO. He had no medication in respect of TB, and
Just hold it there with this one. Yes.
The periodic report is dated 2006.
Yes, if the witness can just, I think, oh, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, sorry, I don't want to take up too much time. Perhaps I think that this is something, though, that the witness would probably not want to hear, or that we wouldn't want the witness to hear it.
Can the witness step aside, please? Thank you.
Thank you. My lady, I know we all want to move forward as quickly as possible, but this might be something that perhaps Mr. Profi does need to take the witness through in a bit more detail. I say it because there is a difference between a complaint that there were no medical records versus a complaint that there were outdated medical records. So let's say, for example, the complaint from the NGO is that the patient arrived with no medical records whatsoever. And we've heard what Dr. Mkatra has to say about that. He says, we would have given them a record and nobody from the Department of Health would have accepted them without proper records. However, some of the last ones that have been put to him relate not to no medical records, but rather to medical records that come from 2014 or 2004, and that would suggest that there were medical records, but perhaps not the most up-to-date ones, which might require a slightly different answer from the witness. And my concern is that later on it might be said he wasn't given the opportunity to answer fully to the fact that the complaints are somewhat different. I'm not sure if that makes sense, or if I've explained.
It makes sense. It makes sense, but from what Mr. Profi has just indicated, the reason why I said he can just call out the names, it was because he said the others, then the other names that are remaining is the same situation.
Yes,
so
but they don't seem
we
to be.
understood
That's my
that there was
concern.
going to be, just a second, there was going to be the same answer, right? That is the reason. So it's for him where he feels that that is a different scenario, then he can continue to highlight that to the witness so that the witness can answer.
As it pleases your ladyship.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Profi, can the witness come back?
Thank you, Doctor. My lady, if I may just get direction on where we were.
I don't see, do you see the witness?
I do, my lady.
I don't see the witness.
The witness is muted, but he is reflecting.
I don't know, maybe it's a problem. Can you see the witness, all of you?
I'm here, my
I can see the witness, my lady.
The witness is
I can see the
visible.
witness.
Okay, then it means I must just exit and return to the meeting.
He was also tested annually at Life Esidimeni, we presume that because he didn't have the medication.
TB drugs. Thanks, my lady.
Thank you. You may continue with your list.
We then move on to Jonathan Mutapo, 64 years old, schizophrenia, suffering from CCF.
Just a second. Yes.
There was no periodic report.
Yes.
The next user is Rebecca Slabatini, 87 years old, also suffering from schizophrenia and CCF. Doctor, in light of Rebecca having a heart condition, she came without medication for her heart. That medication is consistent medication. It's not medication that you can skip or take lightly, correct?
It is correct, and it is my understanding that when the patient left, this patient has a running diagnosis of CCF. When he left at Life Esidimeni, that the treatment was handed over to the clinicians of the Department of Health. What happened after that point in time is beyond my control, and I would have expected that the receiving NGO would have taken that up instantly and addressed it, not let it lie. Thank you, my lady.
And the periodic report indicated that she was not suitable for an NGO, but it is your evidence that you were not responsible, Life Esidimeni members were not responsible for the allocation of users to NGOs, correct?
That is very true. We were denied to participate in the placement of our users into NGOs. Thank you, my lady.
So the not seeing that she was not suitable for an NGO because of her condition, that again lies with the clinicians, that oversight lies with the clinicians of the department.
Absolutely. If the department officials took over that patient, they needed to make sure that the patient, the mental health care user, is placed at the appropriate level of care suitable for her medical condition. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, now, in respect of
Mr. Prophet. Continue.
Doctor, my lady, that concludes my list. My last question in respect of the list of users is, in respect of a physical report, Rebecca and Sipo, my lady, I can spell the surname, I'm going to have difficulty pronouncing it. If I may.
Now Rebecca Shabati.
Correct, my lady. Rebecca Slabati and Sipo.
And Sipo.
M-O-U.
You can spell it for me. Come again.
M-O-U.
Yes.
T-L-O.
Yes.
A-T-S-E.
It's a prophet to ask him to do a thumb suck is of no use to the court and is inappropriate in the circumstances.
The question was asked yesterday and it was answered according to me. Mr. Profi?
My lady, I'll then await for the data that the doctor has requested. My lady, if I may just go offline briefly to just take instruction, if that concludes my cross-examination of the doctor.
Okay, thank you.
My lady, I just received the confirmation from Life Esidimeni's attorney in respect of the numbers. May I ask that we just briefly stand down for the doctor to read that information and then can answer my question accordingly.
I see now the... do you confirm that, Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, yes, I understand that a letter was sent to Mr. Profi's instructing attorney.
Okay. It's now 5 to 11. I just want us to couple this with our tea adjournment, and we can resume at I think 25. Let me say 20 past 11.
As
the
the court
witness is sworn.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please your ladyship.
Mr. Profi?
As the court pleases. Doctor, have you had an opportunity to peruse the letter?
Yes, thanks, my lady, I have.
If I may, where is the letter? Is it has it been uploaded?
My lady, I have not received a notification on my end. I think the evidence leaders will be best to advise in that aspect.
Can I hear Mr. van Bergen?
May it please you, my lady. My lady, I sent a copy of the letter to the evidence leaders with the request that they upload it. That was during the adjournment. I assume
Okay.
that
Can I
it will
hear
shortly
Ms. Margaret?
be uploaded.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, my
Yes,
lady.
Ms.
Advocate Light is still busy uploading the document. He's just struggling at the moment.
Okay, but can we continue if the witness is in possession of the document?
Yes, my lady, if I may perhaps just raise one thing. Your ladyship will recall that when the debate was held regarding cross-examination of Dr. Mkhatshwa and Ms. Buthelezi by
Can the
Mr.
witness step
Pishlela.
aside a bit? Thank you.
By Mr. Pishlela and Mr. Profi, I and I believe other participants requested that an indication be given as to what would be taken up with the or in cross-examination. That information was not provided at the time, nor at any stage thereafter. Mr. Profi specifically did not, prior to starting his cross-examination, give the customary indication of what issues he sought to, or that he would seek to traverse. The issue of the deaths at Life Esidimeni was not something that we were forewarned of. I have not had the opportunity of consulting with Dr. Mkhatshwa on this issue. I'm not asking for the hearing to stand down at this stage to enable me to consult with him, but I may, depending on how the cross-examination proceeds, request that I be afforded an opportunity to consult with Dr.
Is it not better to, okay. Is it not better to do it now, or do you want us to proceed? Because
my lady, I don't want to delay the proceedings. I would submit it would be better for me to do it now, and it would be more appropriate for me to do it now.
And how much time would you need?
My lady, it's difficult. I would think probably half an hour.
Yes, can I hear the others regarding this aspect? Mr. Profi first, and then Mr. Sibara, Mr. Pinar, then maybe one of the evidence leaders, and then we lay to rest. Yes, Ms. Hasim, I've noted you. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady. I think the request raised by my learned friend, Mr. van Bergen, is justified under the circumstances, taking into consideration the facts that he specifically referred to, that this is an issue that has never been put forward, that could arise in future in whatever manner, even when the court had granted the indulgence to Mr. Pishlela and my learned friend, Mr. Profi, for them to cross-examine this present witness, Dr. Mkhatshwa. This issue was never raised, at least not by Mr. Profi, that it would be an issue, and therefore it would be justified for Mr. van Bergen to be granted the opportunity to bring himself up to date, to consult with his client in this regard, my lady. I also would submit it would be more appropriate if that is done prior to the cross-examination proceeding, my lady. of this present witness. And if it's in half an hour or maybe half an hour, I'm not sure what the exactly what the situation may be once Mr. van Bergen takes instructions in this regard. I would then maybe suggest, I see it's 11:30 at this stage already, my lady. Either we should consider reconvening in an hour's time, if it would be, I think that would be sufficient time, I believe, for Mr. van Bergen to acquaint himself with the present issue in such a manner that the proceedings can proceed, rather than it deteriorating into a piecemeal process, my lady, which I think would not be advisable at this stage, my lady. And this can then be, if Mr. van Bergen is ready prior to that, my lady, he can that can be indicated to the court and we can proceed with the proceedings, my lady. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, I've noted you. If you want to go first. Mr. Sivara, I didn't forget you. I've also noted Ms. Hasim, who will come after Mr. Martin, then Mr. Sivara.
As it pleases your ladyship. My lady, I do recall that Mr. Hoders dealt with the issue of mortalities at Life Esidimeni in some detail at the beginning of this inquest, so it has been dealt with already. I apologize, my lady, I didn't hear.
Mr.
Hoders, on behalf of Ms. Mashlangu. So he dealt with it in some detail, and he dealt with it with reference to a report. And if I recall, what he stated there was that the mortalities that were experienced at Life Esidimeni in the preceding years did not seem to be statistically different to the mortalities that were experienced after the discharge. I'm not quite sure what Mr. Profi wants to do. If the point of his cross-examination is to simply establish that these patients, like any other demographic, suffer a mortality rate, that evidence is already out there. If, on the other hand, he wants to try and suggest to Mr. Mkachwa that there are mortalities that are similar to what occurred at the NGOs in respect of the cause, I'm sure he can be quite specific about that and indicate that that's what he intends to do. My concern is more along the lines of that we are going to repeat evidence that has already been given in the past, and that we may just rehash the same thing and waste some time. Aside from that, I have no objection to Mr. van Bergen consulting with his witness, as it pleases your ladyship.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this is an issue that arose before, as Mr. Martin correctly points out. I disagree that that evidence was a high watermark of the evidence to be led on this topic, which it seems is becoming, this is the third time it's been raised now. It was also raised by Mr. Klela. There are a couple of things I wish to say about it. The first is that the information that's been provided by Life Esidimeni is whatever they have at hand regarding the number of deaths in certain years. But that information on its own is quite meaningless. In order for them to be of use to this court, it needs to be understood in the context of a number of things, including the number of facilities under Life Esidimeni at which the deaths occurred, the total number of patients at each of those separate facilities, the ages of the users at the time they died, the duration of time they spent at Life Esidimeni before death, and that kind of thing. There are a number of factors that go into being able to analyze mortality data. And a simple table from Esidimeni is not sufficient to give us that picture, in the same way that the table that Mr. Hodis referred to at the beginning of this inquest was not of much use to us. So I think that there's more required here than can be done in a short adjournment, but I'd leave it to my learned friend, Mr. van Bergen, to he's best placed to determine how he wishes to deal with his client. I'd also want to just place it on record, my lady, that we, as part of the legal team representing the families of the deceased, have submitted an expert affidavit and report on this issue to the evidence leaders some time ago, with the request that we be allowed to call a professor to testify to this specific topic. And we have not, we were waiting to hear back. We were told that it wasn't necessary, but we disagree.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibara.
Please, the court, my lady. I share the views of Advocate Asim Esim. What I wanted to propose, my lady, we don't know the extent to which Mr. Profi will deal with this aspect, and how my senior advocate Van Berken will then respond. What I wanted to propose, I see now it's 11:45. I wanted to propose that we stand down until tomorrow. It's just a proposal, my lady, in view of the, I don't know the size of the document which is going to be uploaded. From where I'm sitting, my lady, the information which seems to be coming to the picture, it can be very useful for this inquest if it is properly and extensively analyzed, like how Advocate Asim tabulated it now, the duration of the stay of those patients, the age of those patients. If that aspect can be covered, I think it would be very much important that to leave it hanging. I remember during my cross-examination of Dr. Mkwacho, I attempted to do this exercise, my lady. Unfortunately, we did not have this document. And in my view, if we can deal with it in that holistic approach, it can assist the court, my lady. And I propose that if it's within the court's powers, we can stand down until tomorrow. Or if Mr. Van Bergen can come with a proposal, how you think he can best deal with it, my lady, as it pleases the court.
Yes, thank you. I see Mr. Late is here.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Late.
I find it quite interesting that everybody is now jumping on this bandwagon. This issue has been addressed by Mr. Hardis, but I fail to see in what way these statistics can assist this court in coming to individual findings regarding each of the deceased. I can understand the relevance thereof for the arbitration. The arbitration dealt with the total amount of the people and the suffering of the mental health care users and their families. It didn't deal with each separate death. And I fail to see how these statistics can assist this court, even if it's analyzed to its lowest root. We did receive the report referred to by Mr. Sim. I don't have any objections to the report being handed in for the value thereof, because, as I just stated, it has, as far as I'm concerned, it's in the end it's this court that has to find about it. But in my own experience, it will not assist this court very much, but I will hand it in when the time comes. I don't agree with the fact that the witness has to testify, because she testifies about a report that was compiled by a whole committee. she cannot go further than the findings of the report, so I don't have a problem with the report being handed in, which I will do in due time. I don't think it's necessary for this court to waste more time to stand down till tomorrow. There's a witness waiting here to testify. We must take into consideration the interests of the witnesses too. They go out of their way to assist us, and we must, as far as possible, try to assist them to finalize their testimony. As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. If I may find out, where is this report? Can the report at least be somewhere so that everyone can have access to it? The report that Ms. Hasim was referring to, and then obviously after the court shall have perused it, the court can indicate if there is a need for that particular witness to be called.
I will upload it to case lines in due time, my lady.
Oh, please do so as soon as possible.
I'm still trying to upload the letter that was sent by Mr. Barton to us. It only deals with 3 years of this at all the Life Esidimeni facility.
Okay, it's fine. But then why proceed with the witness if that letter is also not there?
It is.
Perhaps it can be done in a few minutes after the adjournment, isn't it? Okay, after the matter shall have been stood down. All right, Ms. Hasim, I see your hand is still up.
Thank you, Malay. I just wanted to clarify that the report by the professor is, it's actually an affidavit by the professor relating to the issues that she thinks are of relevance to this inquest, and attached to the affidavit are Professor Leslie Robertson.
Okay. That is, I just wanted him to make it available so that everyone can have a side of it. And that will also enable the court to deal with the issue if it is necessary for the witness to be called after everyone shall have had sight of it, and also the court. Thank you. Can I move to Mr. Late? Do you want to say something before I move to?
Say that there is an affidavit by Ms. Robertson, but it only hands in the report. It doesn't say anything more. The statement itself.
but as long as we can be able to locate it, that's fine.
That's a court pleasement.
Mr. Profi, I think then Mr. Van Bergen.
Mary, I'm in the court's hands. The only submission I have is that we should afford Mr. Van Bergen the opportunity, but I submit that in light of the next witness waiting and anticipating her being started by 12, that tomorrow is far too long.
Yes, that's fine. Okay, so, thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the issues that I wish to raise with Dr. Mkhatshwa in consultation are the very ones that Ms. Hassan referred to. Whether he will have that information, I don't know. But it may be that if that he may refer me to somebody who can provide that information in the meantime. So at this stage, my lady, it's very difficult for me to say where the matter will go as far as information available today. But I don't want to stand down until tomorrow. I would rather discuss it with Dr. Mkhatshwa, see where we stand, and come back to your ladyship and give a further indication of what I require.
Yes, regarding the other issues raised by your colleagues, Mr. Martin and others.
My lady, yes, the issue was addressed by Mr. Hoders, but at that stage it went no further than what was contained in the Health Advance Institute report, If memory serves me correct, that was the report that he referred to. I don't know where Mr. Profi is going or intends going with his cross-examination on this aspect, but I don't want to have a witness who is surprised in the witness box and has not had the opportunity of preparing himself on the matter. Lady, I may indicate in any event that I will need some time also to verify some of the statements put to Dr. Mkhatshwa in respect of the individual patients that Mr. Profi referred to. So I will need a bit more time, and as your ladyship pleases.
Okay. Yes. Given all the submissions, I'm going to allow Mr. van Bergen at least some time to go and consult with Dr. Mkhatshwa. I see now it's just a few minutes before 12 o'clock. I don't know, Mr. van Bergen, if we break now and we resume at 2 o'clock, will that have given you at least ample time to consider whatever you want to do?
I'm sure that will be sufficient. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Where is the witness? Yes, ma'am.
I apologize, my lady. While we wait for Dr. Mkhatshwa, can I then request that the witness, Malitsetsi Elizabeth Mkhodja, can be excused for today? If we proceed with further cross-examination, it might take the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, you are correct. Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can excuse it. Thank you. Doctor, the court is going to take an adjournment now in order to enable you to consult with your counsel, Mr. Van Bergen. So we're going to adjourn now, and the court will resume at 2 o'clock to afford you that opportunity. You are warned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my
The court will then adjourn.
I'm indebted to your ladyship.
May it please the court, my lady.
court? Yes, Mr. van Bergen.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, thank you for the indulgence to enable us to consult on this issue. We were able to obtain additional figures, not in the detail and the scope as demonstrated or mentioned by Ms. Hassan, but I submit it will suffice for present purposes and that we should proceed at this stage.
Okay.
I'm also, I may just mention, my apologies for interrupting your ladyship. I may also mention I'm in agreement with Mr. Late that this issue.
Can the witness step aside, please?
That this issue does not serve to assist your ladyship in determining the issue of causality. It's as simple as that.
Thank you.
We can proceed as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Can the witness come back, Mr. Profi? Just before the witness comes back, what Mr. van Bergen has just indicated, which was also said by Ms. Hassim and Mr. Late. I don't think Mr. Profi has answered to that, to say that this issue doesn't take the proceedings anywhere near the issue of causation. Mr. Profi?
My lady, may I ask the question, and then if my learned friends feel that the question is not relevant to causation, I can then leave it there.
Okay, I just wanted you to conclude this, then the court will have to deal with the evidence, whatever is necessary. I just wanted you to conclude with your cross-examination. Yes, can the witness come back?
I'm not going to be long, my lady.
Thank you. The witness is warned. Thank you. Proceed,
Doctor,
Mr.
Afternoon, Doctor. Just for the purposes of the record, as well as my colleagues, before the break, we had the figures, but they now reflect on case lines at page 37560.
37560.
Correct, my lady. Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Thank you very much.
For the purposes of the record, the requested data reflects that 1 January 2014 to 31 December 2014, there were 51 deaths recorded in the Life Esidimeni facilities. 1 January 2015 to 31 December 2015, there were 44 deaths recorded in the Life Esidimeni facilities, and then 1 January 2016 to 30 June 2016, there were 16 deaths recorded in the Life Esidimeni facilities. Doctor, do you confirm this information as correct?
I confirm it. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, the reason why I had asked you about the deaths at Life Esidimeni is simply and purely in light of your evidence that death is a natural inevitability. So the deaths, as reflected in this trend, they would have occurred in 2016 regardless. Do you agree with that?
Kindly expand on that, please.
Yes,
that
you may.
we
Continue,
see that there were deaths in 2014, being 51. There were then deaths at Life Esidimeni in 2015. That, but for the marathon project, death being inevitable, there would have been deaths at Life Esidimeni. Users would have passed away in the year 2016.
Yes, mental health care users would have passed on in the year 2016 as indicated. For the 6-month period, 16 passed on. Thank you, my lady.
No, Doctor, before we jump ahead, what I'm just putting to you is that we see the number 5144. There would have been a similar number of deaths in 2016.
We cannot predict how many people are going to pass on, and what we see here is just a trend over the 3 years or the 2 years and half of the year. So to really say that the similar number or more or less would have passed on would be an assumption. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and the reason why there are fewer deaths it's because it's half the year and the facilities had closed down, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But due to the marathon project. So my question to you is, these deaths would have happened whether it was at Life Esidimeni or at the NGOs?
For me to qualify that, we would need to do a comparative of the infrastructure, the professional support that is available for mental health care users at the two facilities, Esidimeni versus the NGO. Thank you, my lady.
But what we can agree on is the natural occurrence of death, whether there was capacity of staff, users would pass away, is my point.
But that answer is that. Okay, the witness has answered that question. Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I must object at this stage to this line of questioning. It amounts to no more than speculation.
Thank you.
We don't get issued with crystal balls, and it can't be taken further than it has been.
My lady, my point remains that the point I was making is that we see that there were deaths in
yes, the matter, you've dealt with the issue. Yes. Can we move on, please?
Absolutely, my lady. Doctor, the 16 deaths that occurred in January 2016 to June 2016, were they investigated?
I would have to refer to my records to see if they were investigated, but most of these, those were natural deaths.
Those 16 were
natural deaths. We investigate when there is an unnatural cause of death.
Then the last aspect is then under the marathon project, Life Esidimeni had those 16 deaths. Maseko had 13 deaths during the marathon project. Would you agree with me that the mortality rate is similar?
We would have to look into the total numbers of the mental health care users to then compute the similarity or non-similarity of the two instances. Thank you.
Would we do the same for the 16 deaths at Takalani in evaluating the mortality rate?
Definitely, we cannot just look at the number. You look at the number in proportion to the total number of users.
That was transferred from Life Esidimeni to the NGO.
Yes, the numbers transferred compared to the total number of mental health care users that were in Life Esidimeni facility.
We would then do the same for Discharge Nkosi. The three deaths is well below the mortality rate of Life Esidimeni. We would do the same comparison.
There is a, just before the witness answers, Mr. Van Bergen and Ms. Hassim.
Lady, maybe the witness should just step aside.
Yes, can you just step aside, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you. My lady, the witness has already indicated that the statement that is made is incorrect. One cannot purely compare the numbers, 16 at Life Esidimeni as against 13 at Mosego, or 3 at Ubusliben Kosi. One must look at the deaths in proportion to the number of patients. So you look at your patient cohort and you work out either a percentage or the number of deaths per 1,000. Now, my learned friend, despite the fact that that answer was given, persists in putting the same incorrect statement. He's going to get the same answer each time. And I submit that this takes it nowhere. The answer has been given.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hassim?
Thank you, my lady. I'm covered by my learned friend.
Thank you. Mr. Profi, I think that question has been answered. You kept on and then you keep on, even after the court has indicated that the question has been answered. You keep on and keep. Don't repeat your question, right? And the answer of the witness obviously is an indication as to how you should proceed. Now, you keep on persisting and persisting. Please refrain from doing that. This question is not allowed. It has been answered. Thank you.
Correct, my lady. It wasn't a reputation in respect of the question. I just wanted to ensure that that calculation, the witness is with me, that calculation or his proposition we would use that calculation for all 3 of the NGOs. Is merely why I asked it.
But the answer that he gave when you referred to the first NGO, it sufficed for all the subsequent questions that you had asked.
Okay, I didn't want to assume that. I wanted just the witness to confirm that. My lady, that then concludes my cross-examination of this witness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Van Bergen, do you have questions to this witness?
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
Yes, my lady. Unfortunately, by virtue of the line of questioning and the scope of the questions, whereas yesterday at close of business I had no questions, I have a substantial number at this stage.
Okay.
My lady, the crux of it will relate to the propositions put by my learned friend, Mr. Profi, in respect of certain patients identified by him and from which he sought to make certain deductions. If I may proceed, my lady?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Dr. Mkachwa, my learned friend, Mr. Profi, referred you to a number of patients, 10 in total, in respect of which he proposed that there were documentation lacking or outdated, which allegedly is going to be argued compromised patient care. You will remember those questions.
Yes, I do, my lady.
Thank you. Doctor, the first patient that you were referred to was Mr. Johannes Dlongwane. My lady, the late Mr. Dlongwane is docket number 82, which starts on page 14276.
Yes.
Doctor, what was put to you was that there was no prescription in the file, to which you responded that it might have been lost in transit. And secondly, that the periodic report was outdated as it emanated from 2009. Now, if I may refer you to page 14290.
Page 14290.
On case lines, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I've got the page.
Yes. Continue, Mr. van Bergen.
I was kicked out for a moment, my lady.
All right.
Doctor, do you have the page? 14290.
Yes, I do, my lady.
Doctor, you will note that this is a discharge report, MHCA 3, in respect of, it's written Glongwase, Johannes. It is signed by Dr. Wadvala. Would you read through it, please? You don't have to do it aloud. You can just read through it.
Thank you, my lady. I've read through the page.
Doctor, can you comment on the adequacy of this discharge report insofar as history, diagnosis, and treatment is concerned?
Yes, my lady. It does cover all the aspects, and it also covers the diagnosis and provides treatment for this patient. Thank you, my lady.
If I may, just for the court's assistance, in the bottom right-hand corner, there are certain entries with a triangle in front of it. Do you have that?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Am I correct that? Carry on, doctor.
That is showing the diagnosis of the patient, the primary diagnosis being the schizophrenia and then the associated.
Right. So the primary diagnosis is P/H. Would that be past history?
Yes, it would be past history of catatonic
schizophrenia, and then yes, severe intellectual disability, hearing and speech impairment, no family contact, whereabouts unknown, and then GAF. Is that general age of function, or can you perhaps explain what that is?
Yes, it is a rating of the function of the patient. Thanks, my lady.
Is that in the range from 11 to 20 years?
Yes, it is in that range. Thank you, my lady.
Now, on the left-hand side, there is an RX and then a 1 with a circle around it, and it says risperidone, 1 milligram PO by mouth, BD twice a day. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Doctor, what would your comment be if a receiving facility was provided with this discharge report? Do you believe it would be under any misapprehension or confusion as to diagnosis, history, or the treatment?
This is adequate to ensure continuity of treatment, and it gives the receiving clinician enough information to look after the patient, my lady.
And to the extent that a prescription was not in the file, whether it was lost as you suggested or any other reason, does this adequately indicate what the treatment entails?
It does. That is the prescription of the mental health care user that he was currently on. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, if you would then turn to page 14289.
Thank you, my lady. I've got the page.
Now, Doctor, it would appear that the late Mr. Dlongwane was admitted to Mosego on 5 May 2016. And what we have on page 14289, it says monthly physical assessments. It gives the date 18 May 2016. So that is approximately 2 weeks after his admission. It gives blood pressure. It looks like blood sugar, the GGT, pulse rate, his weight, and then there's a signature. And then there's a note, ostensibly by Dr. Syed A. Imran, I-M-R-A-N, which reads mute, making noises, restless. I can't make out the next 2 words. It looks like net, and then I can't make out the next word, and then it looks like poor eye contact, and then his examination findings. My question to you is, Doctor, would you have expected, sorry, before I ask the question, the last entry in line with Dr. Imran's stamp says continue RX, i.e. continue treatment. Does it appear to you that Dr. Imran was under any misapprehension about the treatment?
Thank you, my lady. The continued treatment would show that the doctor was comfortable that the patient was on the right treatment. Thank you.
Against this background, Doctor, can you comment on the suggestion that lack of records would have compromised Mr. Dlongwane's management and treatment?
Thank you, my lady. It goes back to what I indicated, that the mental health care users were released with adequate information to manage the patients. Thank you.
So if we can then turn to the next deceased, Sam, and I wish to refer you to page 7247.
I have the page, my lady.
Doctor, you will see that this is also a discharge report by Dr. Wadvala. Would you please just go through it and then comment on the adequacy of this discharge report as regards future management of the patient?
Similarly, this discharge report shows adequate information that would allow continuity of care for the mental health care users, my lady.
Doctor, now the specific complaint in respect of Mr. Sam is that the periodical report was dated in 2008. Having regard to the contents of this discharge report, can you comment on the suggestion that the patient's care or management may have been compromised by an outdated periodical report?
that we're looking at currently is comprehensive enough and adequate to ensure continuity of care and treatment of the mental health care user, my lady.
Doctor, and if you would then turn to page 7259. And you will unfortunately have to rotate that page.
Thank you, my lady. I've got the page.
Now, bearing in mind the patient was admitted to Mosego on 5 May 2016. This is a document dated, it looks like 2 June 2016. Once again, it gives the vital signs, blood pressure, pulse, blood sugar, and weight. And then there is a note again by Dr. Imran, restless, looks like talking something, poor eye contact, and then again his examination findings, and at the end continue on treatment. Can you comment on whether your interpretation of this is that there was uncertainty about the diagnosis and treatment?
Thank you, my lady. It shows that Dr. Imran was comfortable with the treatment that the patient was on, and he didn't pick up any changes because he would have then indicated a new diagnosis if there were any changes. Thank you.
Doctor, perhaps just another aspect. The late Mr. Sam passed away on 5 March 2017, 10 months after his admission to Mosego Home. And the cause of death, as defined by Dr. Stewart, who did a post-mortem examination, was aspiration pneumonia against a background of blunt force head injury. Can you, as a medical practitioner, draw any causal link between an outdated, as it's called, periodical report of 2008 and the patient's cause of death?
Absolutely no, my lady. Aspiration pneumonia is a result of problems with swallowing, and the trauma to the head indicated as the cause of death would have been part of the periodical. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, if you would then, excuse me, if you would then turn to the next patient, John Masloko. My lady, this is docket number 109. And it starts on page 15464. Just by way of background, doctor, the late Mr. Masloko, as stated, was admitted to Mosego on 6 May 2016, and he passed away on 10 November 2016, 6 months later. I would like to refer you to page 15474.
Page?
15474, my lady.
Thank you. I've found the page, my lady.
Now, doctor, what was put to you, thank you, my lady. What was put to you by Mr. Profi is that the late Mr. Masloko suffered from schizophrenia cerebrovascular accident, diabetes mellitus, epilepsy, and hypertension. The document on page 15474 is the discharge report dated, I'm not sure whether it's 3 June or 5 June 2016, and it was issued by Dr. Sibey. And under the heading comments, he says user was admitted with schizophrenia, cognitive decline, diabetes mellitus, and hypertension, HPT. Do you see any reference to cerebrovascular accident or epilepsy?
It doesn't show as such, but the cognitive decline could be attributed to those diagnoses. Thank you, my lady.
Right. And would you agree that it then says discharged to Masego on the following treatment? And it says clozapine, 100 milligrams by mouth at night. Is it orphanidine? Also in that dosage. The next one, ASA, can you perhaps comment on what that is?
It is aspirin.
Aspirin, thank you. The next one, Zocor, what is that?
That is for usually for people who have gastroesophageal reflux.
Right. The next one, can you make out what that is?
It is hydrochlorothiazide, which is used for hypertension. It's a diuretic.
Thank you. Then metformin, is that for diabetes?
Yes, it is for diabetes.
And the next one, I can't make that out.
Amlodipine is for hypertension.
And the one below that?
And the one below that is his second drug for diabetes.
Right, and then on the right-hand side, it seems that he also receives an injectable drug once a month. And it says that the next one is due on, looks like 26 May or June, I'm not sure.
Yes, that is correct. It is a depot that they get. Thank you, my lady.
Yeah. Doctor, once again, the question is, can there be any confusion about the diagnosis and the treatment?
It is quite clear what the diagnosis of this patient is and what treatment regime should this patient on. It even covers the area of a depot which needs to be given, and a specific date when it should be given is given. I therefore do not see any confusion or lack of information to manage this case and make sure that continuity of care is not interrupted. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. If you would then turn to page 15483.
Thank you, my lady. I've got the page.
Now, this is a death report that was completed or compiled by Masego Home in respect of Mr. Mosloko. And you will see it starts off with his date of birth, ID number, date of admission, the 6th of May, then the date of death, 11 November, 6 months later. And then the patient diagnosis, and this appears to relate to admission, schizophrenia, cognitive decline, diabetes, and hypertension, has family contact. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, my lady.
And this correlates with the discharge report that we looked at earlier. Would you agree?
Very, very true, my lady.
And the medication is again recorded. So it would what do you glean from this regarding the understanding of Mosega Home as to the diagnosis and treatment?
It is very clear
Just a
that
second, just a second. I'm sorry to interrupt. There is somebody didn't mute his mic, and there are people talking in the background. Please ensure that all your mics are off. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. It is clear that the information put out here, Mosego got it from the discharge summary. Therefore, there was proper continuity of care in this particular mental health care user. Thank you, my lady.
Right. Doctor, and if one then looks at the subsequent history recorded, onset of illness, 18 May 2016, went to clinic for physical examination to continue with treatment, same ordered. What do you read from that?
The clinician who examined the mental health care user was comfortable with the treatment that the mental health care user was on at the time. Thanks, my lady.
And on the 11th of August, he went to the clinic. He was observed to be coughing, went to clinic, reviewed for hypertension and diabetes, treatment ordered for coughing and to continue with hypertension and diabetic treatment, same given. Would your comment be the same?
The comment would be the same, and the new diagnosis would have been around the coughing, which then the treatment was given for the mental health care user. Thank you, my lady.
And then the 6th of September, observed with sores on the head, same septic, went to the clinic, seen by doctor, betadine dressing ordered, dressing done daily, wound healing, though user removed dressing at times. So once again, it appears he went for a different problem.
It is true, my lady.
And only on the next page do we see a diagnosis: epilepsy, hypertension, diabetes, and CVA. Now, I want to take you to the heading under that, report details and action taken. 12 October 2016. At 1600, user was complaining of general body pains, blood pressure 110/81, pulse 92, blood sugar 5,9, Panado 2 given for pain. Allowed to rest in bed. At 1735, user was observed to be shivering, which lasted for 10 minutes and still complaining of body pains. According to the night shift staff, Mr. Mahloko managed to sleep well, no complaints lodged. Then at 0555, user had one major seizure, which lasted plus minus 1 minute, followed by another one at 6:15. Ambulance was called and left at 7:45 for Yusuf Dadoo Hospital, admitted in Ward 9. Doctor, this is now the first mention of a seizure. Can you comment on the diagnosis above that heading, epilepsy, hypertension, diabetes, and CVA, in the context of this history?
True. The diagnosis of epilepsy and CVA, those are new diagnoses in the profile of this mental health care user, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. And perhaps just for the sake of completeness, if I could refer you to page 15504.
Thank you, my lady. I found the page.
Doctor, you will see
Just
this
to
is
confirm,
again.
Is it page? Just a second. Page 15504.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay, continue.
Doctor, you will see this is again a report by Dr. Imran, dated 18 May 2016. Looking at that report,
Is
if you
this
can
me?
just go through it.
It looks like it's 18 March 03.
Lady,
This looks like
I suspect I would have said 3 as well, my lady, but bearing in mind he was admitted to Mosego on 6
admitted on
May.
the 5th. Yes. Okay.
I would submit that that is more probably a 5 than a 3.
Okay. Yes, continue.
Doctor, does this appear as if there is any uncertainty or lack of certainty on the part of Dr. Imran as to what he was dealing with and what treatment had to be provided?
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Imran found the patient to be stable and was comfortable to continue the treatment that the mental health care user was on.
Thank you, Doctor. The next patient, also admitted to Mosego on 6 May 2016, is the late Mr. Peter Mvundla. My lady, his docket is 113, starting on page 15685. And Doctor, I wish to refer you to page 15699.
I found the page. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Now, it was put to you by Mr. Profi that there was no discharge form or prescription for Mr. Mvundla. Would you confirm that the document on page 15699 is a discharge report?
It is a discharge report. It shows the diagnosis of the patient. It also gives the treatment plan for the patient. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and would that information be sufficient to enable a receiving facility to know how such patient has to be cared for and treated?
Absolutely. There's no confusion on what the diagnosis is, and there's no confusion on what treatment the patient is on. Thank you, Mali.
Doctor, if you would go to page 15700.
Thank you. My lady, I found the page.
Right. Doctor, you will note that this is a periodical report in respect of the late Mr. Mvundla. And if you go to page 15704, you will see that it is dated 17 September 2012 and is thus the periodical report which is said to be outdated.
Yes, I can see the report. Thank you, ma'am.
Doctor, if you look at the contents of this report, despite the fact that it is a report from September 2012, would you say that there is no use or nothing to be gleaned from this report? Or does it contain information which would assist a receiving facility to understand the patient better?
Thank you, my lady. As you can see from this report, the treatment regime hasn't changed. The running diagnosis has not changed. So this would not have changed the continuity of care for the mental health care user. Thank you.
Doctor, is it relevant as regards what you now said, that the diagnosis hasn't changed, the treatment hasn't changed? Is it relevant that Life Esidimeni admitted patients who were chronic stable patients?
From the various reports that we have seen, absolutely, they were well controlled, and as a result, we've seen from Dr. Imran also recommending continuity of care on the same treatment, which means they were stabilized and well controlled. Thank you, my lady.
Well, Doctor, seeing that you refer to Dr. Imran, would you please turn to page 15714?
Page
15714, my lady.
I've got the page. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, I'm not going to read or try to read it into the record. If you could go through the report and comment whether this report and the contents of it confirms your statement of a moment ago.
It surely does, my lady. His final sentence says the patient is stable, continue on treatment, which meant the treatment that the patient was on at Life Esidimeni. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, if you would then please turn to page 15712.
I've got the page. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, this appears to be, as I interpret it, the first admission entries after Mr. Mvundla arrived at Mosego. It is dated 6 May 2016. It says new resident admitted from Randfontein Care Centre, fetched by, is it pupil nurse? No, it's registered sister Mogosinyana on home care transport. Then physical, Mr. Mvundla is well nourished with good hydration, has difficulty in breathing, says he is coughing. Vital signs, and it gives the vital signs. A urine test didn't show anything. Blood sugar 4,9, weight 52 kilograms. Psychological orientated to person time. Looks like not time, has insight into his condition, was undressing, on treatment, social, has family contact. And I'm not sure about the signature, but it could be that of Mrs. Mohoja. Does it appear from this that there was uncertainty about who they were dealing with and what his condition was?
Not at all. It is quite clear that they had full understanding of the mental health care user, and the mental health care user was in a good health state except for the coughing. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and if you would just look through the remainder of the entries on 18 May, 25 May, and 22 June, and just comment on whether those entries would make you change your opinion that you've just expressed.
Thank you, my lady. On the 18th, he was seen by a doctor, and the doctor was comfortable for him to continue with treatment. On the 25th, and then he had a problem with a sore throat. He was a little bit disorientated. However, a sore throat has nothing to do with the treatment that he came with from Life Esidimeni. So this was a new diagnosis. So I'm comfortable that even the doctor at the local clinic actually was comfortable with the treatment of this mental health care user. Thank you, Mel.
Thank you, Doctor. If you could then turn to the next deceased, my lady Ishmael Markwe. That is docket number 122. And I think it starts on page 16320. If I can just verify that. Yeah, 16320. Doctor, I want to refer you to page 16330.
Thank you. I found the page.
This is again a discharge report.
That is
And
on page, because on page
my apologies.
16330.
No,
6320, it's where
16330.
the docket starts. Page?
16330, my lady.
Thank you.
Doctor, once again, if you can just go through the contents and comment on the adequacy thereof in the context of whether it provides sufficient information to enable a receiving facility to understand the conditions, the history behind it, and the treatment.
Absolutely, my lady, I can confirm this discharge summary has adequate information for any receiving facility to have some history of the patient, of the mental health care user, as well as the diagnosis of the mental health care user, the functional state of the mental health care user, as well as the treatment that the mental health care user is on. This would provide adequate continuity of care. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, if you would then turn to page 16349.
I found the page, my lady.
That is a periodical report, which you will note on page 16350. Sorry, it's not a periodical report, it's an MHCA 17. Can you perhaps just comment on what this document is intended for?
This document is intended to review the patient and through a multidisciplinary team and see if the current treatment would be appropriate or needs any particular changes. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and you will note if you go to page 16351, if you will just scroll down, there is another MHCA 17 dated 22 March 2011. Do you see that?
The document. Yes, I do.
And then
thank you.
On page 16353, there is another one, which if you go down scroll down further, is dated 20 January 2009.
I found it, thank you.
And then if you go to page 16355, there is still a further MHCA 17, which you will note on page 16356. My apologies, 16357 is dated 20 February 2008.
Yes, I found the page, thank you.
Now, before I put the question to you, I want to refer you to further documents. The first one is on page 16331.
I found the page, thank you, madam.
You'll see that's periodical report number 4. And if you scroll down to page 16335, you will see it is dated 18 December 2008. You see that?
Yes, I can see it.
If you then look at page 16337, there is another periodical report, which when you scroll down to page 16342, as the last date, 17 December 2009.
Yes, I found the page.
And then if you go to page 16343, that is the last periodical report I'm referring to you to. And that one is dated 14 July 2014 and is the source of the complaint being that it is outdated. Now, Doctor, what I want to put to you is it appears that what has been done here from Life Esidimeni is that it has provided information regarding this user ranging from 2008 to September 2014. Can you express an opinion as to whether this would provide a detailed background as regards this particular patient, and also enable the facility receiving him to gauge whether, and if so, how his condition and treatment had changed over the years?
Very true. It is a comprehensive account of this mental health care user. And you would have seen, for instance, the kind of diagnosis that is reflected in the discharge summary as well as the treatment. And also may also just add to say the dates of these, or the filling in of these reports are influenced by the dates that are set by the Mental Health Review Board. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. The next user is the late Mr. Matthijs Hartman. My lady, that is docket number 94 on page 6380. Now, Mr. Hartman was admitted on 6 May 2016 And I would like to refer you, Doctor, to page 6395.
Page found. Thanks, my lady.
Doctor, this is again a discharge report. It is dated 3 June 2016. And you will see that under the, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth line, its full name, then ID number, date of birth, gender, and then it says is hereby discharged from West Rand Complex on, and it should have been 3 June 2016, and that was changed to 6 May 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady, I can see.
Which would suggest, and I'd like you to comment on it, that it would appear that this patient was intended to be discharged in June, but was then discharged earlier.
That is correct.
If you feel you don't want to comment, then just say so. Doctor, and once again, if you look at the contents, Doctor, if you look at the contents of the report, can you comment on the adequacy of it as regards diagnosis, management, and treatment?
Thank you very much. Yes, the change of date would suggest that there was a change on the planning of the user being moved to the NGO. The discharge summary covers the diagnosis of the patient. It covers the treatment plan of the patient. Any receiving clinician would know what to do with this patient. Thank you, my lady.
Well, Doctor, if I may refer you to page 6385, which is a report again by Dr. Imran on 18 May 2016. And I would request your comment on what you glean from that examination and Dr. Imran's treatment decision.
Thank you, my ladies. Same here. Dr. Imran found the patient to be stable and was comfortable on the treatment that the mental health care user was using. And yeah, so he recommended the continuing with the treatment that he was on. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you, Doctor. I just want to look at one document to make sure whether it's necessary to refer you to it. Doctor, if you could go to page 6470.
I found the page. Thank you, Melly.
Doctor, the heading is additional notes from previous page, and it bears the first date 23 April 2015 and the next date 5 May 2016. The first entry provides vital signs. The second entry on 5 May reads ward report, no behavioral problems. Then I'm not sure what that is. It MSE. Can you perhaps make out what the next line is? Doctor, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Thank you, my lady. MSE refers to mental state examination. Thank you, my
Right,
lady.
and what does it say?
It says he was alert, calm, and
Thank you.
cooperative.
And then speech. So speech is normal. N with a circle around it.
Yes, it refers to normal. Thank you.
And mood euthymic. And under that, apsychotic. Assessment stable.
Yes.
And the planned discharge to Masego. Now, Doctor, this document is within the records of Masego. It appears to have emanated from Life Esidimeni, would you agree?
I would agree.
And would the information of this also be of assistance to a receiving facility?
It should be. The last notes show the patient to have been stable. He was in florid psychotic, and he could be discharged to the NGO. Thank you.
Right. Doctor, if you go to the next page, 6471.
I found the page, thanks, my Lord.
Would you agree that that also appears to have come from Life Esidimeni and again provides history?
That is true.
And the next page, 6472.
Also, yes.
That is the physical examination report, would you agree?
That is correct, yes, my lady.
Now, Doctor, against the background of all this information, can you comment on the allegation that the outdated periodical report would have compromised Mr. Hartman's care and treatment?
Absolutely not. I think the inadequate information was shared, and that would have enabled the NGO to continue care without disrupting the care of the mental health care user. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. If you would then turn to page 16849. My lady, this is the next user, Fanasi Mtalani. He is docket number 1.
Can I get the page again? 5-1?
It's 16849, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, the docket itself starts on page 16826.
This is docket number?
129, my lady. Doctor, the document on page 16849.
Just bear with me. It starts, or the docket starts from which page?
From page 16826, my lady.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, this is again a discharge report dated 3 June 2016. You will note that there is again a change in the discharge date. It is changed to 10 May 2016. Can you comment on the adequacy of the contents in the context of what we are discussing?
The discharge summary has got the diagnosis of the patient, has a clear treatment plan for the patient, which undoubtedly would enable any clinician to take over the care of this particular patient. Thank you, Megan.
Doctor, if you would then turn to page 16838.
Got to the page, my lady, thanks.
Doctor, you'll see that this is again a report by, or a clinical note by Dr. Imran, dated 18 May 2016. And once again, if you could just go through it and comment on whether this supports your view that a clinician would have known how to deal with this patient.
Absolutely, we still can see at the bottom he wants the treatment to be continued, which he was comfortable after examining the patient that he was on the right treatment. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, if you would then go to page 16842. You will Thank you, my lady. I'm not sure whether it was just me that was kicked out or whether it was a
No,
general.
we are all kicked out. Maybe, I don't know if we can just, I see. I don't know, we are all there. We can just wait for a few minutes and then we proceed.
As your ladyship pleases.
Nelisiwe, can you just confirm if this is a recording before we start?
Judge, can I just make sure that it's recording? Because on my side, it just showed that it's not recording.
Yes, that's why I said you must do that before we start.
Judge, can I just try and leave the meeting because it's not recording on my side?
Please do that. Because I think it has started recording. Nelisiwe?
Judge, has it started on your side?
Yes, from
Right.
on my side I can see that.
Okay. All right, thank you, Judge.
So can we proceed?
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, I referred you before the interruption to page 16842, a clinical report by Dr. Imran of what appears to be 3 February 2017.
Just a second for me. I think my case line was also interrupted when we kicked off out of the meeting.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, you can proceed, Mr. Van der.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, can you comment on whether this is indicative of an inability or lack of knowledge on how to deal with the patient?
Truly, it shows no deficit in the care of treatment plan of a patient. As we can see in those notes, he recommends continuing of care because he sees a little bit of a rise in the blood sugar. He then recommended that they do a fasting glucose, blood glucose levels. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and then just below that entry, there's another one. I'm not sure of the date. It could be 26 February 2017, but I'm guessing. I don't know if your ladyship perhaps has a different.
It's not clear.
Yes.
Say. You can't detect whether, well, the first letter is a 2 number, but the second one, we don't know whether it's the 20th or the 26th.
Yes, or possibly the 24th.
Yes, that is another possibility, yes.
Doctor, this indicates that Dr. Imran saw the late Mr. Ntalani again on that particular date. Blood pressure 148/83, pulse 99, blood sugar 10.6. And can you perhaps then interpret the remainder of his note?
I can see that I think he refers to a left-sided crepitations. I assume it's not clear. It shows no wheezing and the abdomen is not distended.
And then the diagnosis appears to be...
The diagnosis is lower respiratory tract infection.
So it seems that between the first date, possibly the 3rd of February, and then the next date, it would appear that the patient developed a chest infection in lay terms.
That is correct. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, the patient passed away on 28 February 2017. Now, in the context of the information that you have looked at thus far, do you think that the fact that the periodical report was dated 2011 played any role in the patient passing away 9 months after admission?
I cannot see any relation to that. This was he probably passed on from the lower respiratory tract infection, which was a new diagnosis which he developed at the NGO. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, and in fairness, Doctor, as you indicated earlier, mental health care users do fall ill and may even die from their illness.
Yes, my lady.
Doctor, the next patient is David Mabati. A lady, that is docket number 86. and it starts on page 14613. Doctor, the first document I wish to refer you to is on page 14691.
I found the page. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and you'll see it's once again a discharge report dated 3 June 2016. Apparently prepared for purposes of discharge on 3 June 2016, but in fact the patient was discharged on 10 May 2016.
Yes, correct. Thank you, my lady.
And once again, what would your comments be on the adequacy of this discharge report?
It states clearly what the diagnosis of the patient is. It also states clearly what treatment the patient should be on. There is no ambiguity around that. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and if you would turn to page 14682.
I found the page, my lady. Thanks.
You will see that it is dated in the upper left-hand corner, 11 May 2016, so the day after admission. It reads, new resident admitted from Randfontein Care Centre, fetched by Sister Mkhotsinyana. User came by Musego home transfer. Physical, well-nourished and no injuries. Observed something, eats and feeds himself. Washes and dresses himself, vital data and the particulars are given. He weighs 65 kilograms. And then again, a clinical report by Dr. Imran, presumably of the same date. Can you comment on whether this supports your view that clinicians would have understood how to treat and care for this patient?
Very true. Dr. Imran is continuing the treatment that the patient came on with, and he's comfortable that that's an appropriate treatment. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and if you can perhaps just look at the next entry, it appears to be dated 2 December 2016. Do you see anything in that that would indicate that there was uncertainty about treatment or management?
Not at all. The treatment is similar to the treatment that was recommended on the discharge summary. Thank you, my lady.
Now, Doctor, you'll remember that the issue, the primary issue that Mr. Profi had with the case of the late Mr. Mabati was that he was diagnosed while at the NGO with tuberculosis. Now, if you can look at Dr. Imran's entry on page 14682 under his examination report, my lady, that's sort of in the middle of the page. There is an abbreviation O/E. And then the third line, chest clear, A/E, which I take as air entry, equal bilaterally. What would that have any meaning to you, doctor, in the context of suspected tuberculosis?
Absolutely. This shows a patient who is clear of any chest infection. It shows that there is no discrepancy in the way air enters and leaves the lungs, both lungs, bilaterally. So definitely this patient there was no sign or indication that this is a TB patient, because that could have been picked up at that examination. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Doctor, if you would then turn to page 14688.
I found the page, my lady, thanks.
Doctor, you will see in the right-hand margin of the first line under the letters A3, the date 30 June 2000, and I assume it would have been 2016 because the patient passed away in January 2017. So on 30 June 2016, he was again seen by Dr. Imran. And if you could go through that note and indicate whether that shows any evidence of a suspicion or presence of tuberculosis.
There is absolutely no indication of or any notes that are suggestive of this patient having had tuberculosis. It only refers to the same diagnosis that he came with from Life Esidimeni. Thank you, my lady.
Right. Doctor, then if you could go to page 14697.
I found the page. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, the source of this document is not stated, but if one looks in the upper right-hand corner, it says TPH25B. Does that have any meaning for you?
It is the common tool that is used within public facilities, and also we adapt it for private facilities. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, this is headed examination, treatment, progress, and then there's a heading client older than 5 years, TB screening tool to be completed at every visit. And the first line has HIV negative stroke status unknown, and then next to it, cough more than 2 weeks duration, and the tick mark is under the heading no. Then the next entry, drenching night sweats, is marked no. Unexplained weight loss of more than 1.5 kilogram in a month is marked no. Fever of more than 2 weeks duration is marked no. Referred to TB testing if yes to one or more questions above, and it's marked no. What does this indicate to you?
This indicates that the patient was screened for TB, and he screened negatively, and he didn't have any suggestions that he might have TB. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, then there's clinical entries. Does that have any bearing on tuberculosis? It seems to relate to a corn on his small toe.
That is true. It wouldn't be related to diagnosis or to TB as a diagnosis. Thank you.
And then, if you go to the next page, that entry carries on. And then on the 29th of September 2016, follow up for blood pressure check. Blood pressure 100/50. Once again, no indication of concern about tuberculosis in September 2016.
That is correct, my lady.
And bearing in mind that this was that his transfer had been on the 10th of May. So does that support your contention that the patient did not leave Life Esidimeni with tuberculosis?
It truly confirms that the patient had no tuberculosis at the Life Esidimeni facility. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. The next patient is Jonathan Motapa. My lady, that is Docket 81. Page 14207. And I want to refer you to page 14214.
I found the page, my lady, thanks.
Doctor, this is again a discharge report by Dr. Wadvala. Can you comment on the adequacy in respect of the parameters that we dealt with throughout?
It comprehensively covers the history of the patient. It clearly indicates the diagnosis of the patient. It also indicates the treatment regime that the patient was on when he was discharged. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and then the next page is 14222.
I found the page, my lady, thank you.
Doctor, you'll see this is again a death report compiled by Mosego Home. Would you please just go through the document and comment on whether there is any indication that on admission or at any stage thereafter there was uncertainty about how this patient should be treated or cared for?
Thank you, my lady. The medication, let's start at the top. The diagnosis is similar to the diagnosis he came with from Life Esidimeni. The medication is similar as was in the discharge note of Life Esidimeni. There's just a typo on the digoxin, which is the last drug. It's written as Monet. I think they wanted to say Manet, which means in the morning. Otherwise, they continued the treatment as they received it from Life Esidimeni. Thank you very much, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. This patient passed away on 23 October 2016, 5 months after admission to Mosego Home. The complaint raised was that a periodical report was not available. Can you comment on whether the absence of a periodical report would have compromised this patient's care?
Absolutely not. The discharge summary captured all the information needed to make sure that the mental health care user is looked after appropriately. And it is evidenced by the fact that even Mosego could see and be able to transcribe the diagnosis as done in this document. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. If you could then turn to the next patient, my lady, that is Rebecca Slabati, docket number 116. And that's on page, starts on page 15933. Doctor, if I may refer you to page 15980.
Thank you, my lady. I found the page.
If you would go through the discharge report on that page and just again provide your comment on the adequacy.
Absolutely adequate to ensure that mental health care user gets the appropriate treatment and the receiving clinician knows exactly what they are dealing with. It has got the treatment, it's got the diagnosis, it got the history around the patient. this is adequate information to enable any clinician to continue treatment. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Doctor, if you could perhaps just have regard, I just want to Doctor, to the history or the diagnosis in the lower right-hand corner. You'll see the primary diagnosis is chronic schizophrenia, stroke dementia. Perhaps just by way of background, Doctor, we see that these items have Roman numerals in front of them from 1 to 5. Can you just explain what that indicates or what it signifies?
It simply signifies one would be the primary diagnosis, which is the running diagnosis at the point of care. And then if there are any secondary diagnosis or issues that the receiving clinician should be aware of, then they are labeled in that order, 1 to 5 or whatever the number might be, to just ensure that they bring attention of the receiving clinician as to what is wrong with this particular mental health care user. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, is it correct that this is based on what is called the DSM-5, which is a psychiatric diagnostic system?
There is a DSM-5 diagnostic system, and parts of this that appears on this document really aligns to that document.
Right. Doctor, one sees that Roman numeral 3 refers to a history of CCF, which I take is congestive cardiac failure.
That is correct, yes.
Doctor, is there significance that it is just a history of congestive cardiac failure, but that the primary diagnosis is schizophrenia, stroke, dementia?
That is correct. The patient had a history, which means at this point in time, it was resolved. But for the sake of the receiving clinician, had to know that there was this history so that they could also alert the dietitian in terms of the food of this particular mental health care user, and also the clinician to be able to monitor if there is any resurgence of this medical condition. Thank you, my lady.
Right. So that would alert the receiving facility to be on the lookout for any signs or symptoms which may indicate a resurgence of the congestive cardiac failure.
Very true, my lady.
Doctor, and on the left-hand side under treatment, is there any treatment stipulated for congestive cardiac failure which may indicate that in fact it was a current condition?
No, all the treatment ordered today specifically refers to the primary diagnosis, which means that the CCF was not prevalent at the time. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. My lady, if your ladyship would bear with me for a moment, if I may go off camera just to look at my notes and make sure that I've covered everything.
Okay, you may do so.
I'm indebted to your ladyship. Thank you, my lady. Just one further document that I wish to refer Dr. Mkachwa to. Doctor, if you could turn to page 15955.
I got the page, my lady.
Doctor, you'll see that this is again a physical examination report by Dr. Kota. And I want to refer you to the middle of the document, the heading Complaints Stroke History Stroke Medication.
I've got the section, my lady.
And it seems to me that the entry there is treated for CCF before, and I don't know if the word below that is started. Maybe you can assist.
Where are we?
My lady, it's in the middle of the page. There's a heading or a typed heading, Complaints Stroke History Stroke Medication.
I can't see this.
And then treated for
something treated CCF before.
Before, and then below that it could be started, but I'm not sure.
Yes, it looks like but it's not legible. Maybe the doctor can assist.
No, my lady. I'm sorry. No. I cannot be able to read that handwriting. Thank you.
Doctor, would that support that there was a history of congestive cardiac failure?
It would that he was, it shows that he was treated for CCF before.
And is there any indication in the clinical findings or otherwise that there was a possibility of congestive cardiac failure?
Sorry, easily we would have picked it up under the limbs where we would have seen some pitting edema if he was currently with CCF.
Yes, doctor, if one looks under the top entries, let me take it by lines. The fifth line that starts with nutrition. Do you have that?
Yes, my lady, I do.
And we see nutrition was fair, pallor was nil or normal, and then cyanosis, nil. Is cyanosis related to congestive cardiac failure, or is it a sign or symptom of it?
If they have severe congestive heart failure, they do have exhibit signs of cyanosis because they cannot process oxygen well in their lungs. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and just for the record, cyanosis is a bluish discoloration that one can get in the face or the extremities if there's a lack of oxygen. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, my lady.
And then next to that is edema, no. So
yes,
it appeared that there was no pitting edema found.
There wasn't any. Thank you, my lady.
Just below edema, clubbing, does that have any significance in the context of congestive cardiac failure?
We do see some clubbing in cardiac conditions, but in this case, there wasn't any clubbing. Thank you, my lady.
Right. Thank you. My lady, if I may just take an instruction from my instructing attorney, Mr. Martin.
Okay, that's
fine. Okay with me? Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Van Bergen. And I think this is then the opportune time for us to excuse the witness.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mkacha, for availing yourself. You are therefore excused. Ms. Marriott? Does it mean that then we continue tomorrow with the evidence of what is the name of the witness?
It's Mrs. Maletsati.
Mogojan.
Thank you. And if you can also arrange the Sekukuni, Maletsati, because I don't believe that Mrs.
This is now Takalani and Mosego. Yeah, I think you're having problems. On that note, the proceedings are therefore adjourned to tomorrow for the evidence of the representatives of Mosego and Takalani.
May I please, your ladyship?
Thank you very much.
May
Mr. Pihlela?
Please, the court.
I see, I don't know what Mr. Pihlela wants to say now. Mr. Pihlela?
Apologies,
We
my
had a
lady.
long day. I hope you're not coming with trouble as a belief.
No, my lady, I just wanted to find out because obviously for this week we already covered. So maybe we can work in advance and know what's going to happen next week if possible. So that we can prepare. I mean, if they want our witnesses to be ready so that we can then try and sort that out. This
Okay, I see Mr. Van Bergen is also raising his hand.
I
All
support
what you were told in the morning, I think you were there, was with regard to Ms. Buthelezi. So chances are she might be available next week. I don't know.
Yes.
Can we hear Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, I'll inquire about Ms. Buthelezi, but what I wanted to say is I wholeheartedly support Mr. Pishlela's request. It is really important for us to know well in advance, if at all possible, who to prepare for.
All right, thank you. Evidence leaders? I think Ms. Marriott has a problem with her connection.
My lady, it's myself as well as Advocate Late. I couldn't hear what Advocate Van Bergen said pertaining to the ability of Mrs. Buthelezi.
He says he's still going to inquire.
Well, my lady, it's my respectful submission that we are ready with all the NGOs. So if Advocate Pitlela can indicate whether he's willing to proceed with his clients, we can proceed with the evidence as well.
Okay. Can we then leave this matter? We'll hear from him. Or would you like to respond today, Mr. Pitlela? So far, we've got the two from Takalani and Mosego. They will follow each other. So should anything happen, we know for a fact that Ms. Buthelezi has got a problem. So that's why I'm thinking that it's going to be next week, because of obviously if it is a closest family member. So maybe the preparations also. So will you be prepared to proceed thereafter?
Hence, yeah, I'll start preparing Ms. Dorothy Franks in that regard.
Okay.
I think she was the one who was earmarked to follow next.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My lady, we can also proceed with Karina Morales, Advocate Profi's third client.
Can we? Yes, I saw he